Good morning. It is 9 a.m. and call to order the Finance and Administration Committee meeting. Roll call, please.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
David Miller.
Here.
Rob Fechner.
Good morning.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Ramon Rubalcava.
Excused.
Teresa Taylor. Here.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is executive report, and Michelle Nix.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. I will be serving as the acting chief financial officer while Mr. Cohen is on temporary assignment as the interim chief investment operating officer. I look forward to supporting this committee as well as leading the finance office in the interim. Before we get to today's agenda, can you hear me? I would like to provide a quick update. Effective October 1st, 2022, CalPERS will be reducing the administrative fees charged to the deferred compensation plan by 6 basis points to offset the reserve balance. My second point of interest would be employers had an opportunity to prepay their annual UAL in a one lump sum in July of this year. This is to save them 3.5% interest. This year, 1,191 employers took advantage of this, and that was 79% of the employers made a lump sum payment. This totaled $4.1 billion. The agenda before you today has one action item for your consideration. This item seeks your approval of the board members' reimbursements for Ms. Willett, who was recently elected this last year, I guess, but she's recently on the board. In addition, we have 4 information items: the annual actuarial evaluation of the terminated agency pool, often called the TAP, 2021 CalPERS Board Administration Special Public Agency Member Election Results, an overview of the CEM benchmarking services that were provided to CalPERS, and we will close the presentation today on how investment returns impact employer contribution rates. The next Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for November 15th, 2022 here in Sacramento. The November agenda will include the 2022-23 mid-year budget revisions, proposed edits to the CalPERS budget policy, and the 21-22 basic financial statements. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report. I'd be pleased to take questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Michelle? Seeing none, we will move on to item 3, which is action consent items. Nothing has been identified to be pulled. Is there anything that members of the committee would like to pull?
Move approval.
Move approval. Second. This is a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Action 3A, B, and C are approved. We now move on to information consent items, which is item 4, A through F. Is there a desire to pull any of these items? All right, nothing is asked to be pulled. This does not require a vote, so we will move on to item 5A, which is an action item, and that for that we will go to Ms. Nix. Thank you.
This is a standard item, just we're requesting board approval to reimburse Ms. Willett's employer for 61% of her time as she serves on the CalPERS board. I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Are there any questions? We have a motion to approve by Mr. Miller, second by Mr. Pacheco. This is a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. We will now move on to information agenda item 6. Is there any request to pull any of these items?
Just do all these.
Okay, then it is approved. We are finishing our meeting in record time.
I know.
Chair Middleton, we actually have presentations.
Oh, we have to go through each one?
For 6A,
All right,
B,
I'm sorry.
C, and D.
Got here, I thought we were going to do. All right, 6A?
6A is an information item, the annual actuarial terminated agency risk pool, and I'm going to call the actuaries up for this presentation. Go ahead, Julie.
Sorry, Julian, I wanted to hear your voice.
You're good.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Julian Robinson in the actuarial office. I'm CalPERS team member. Happy to be here to present the TAP results, the terminated agency valuation. We do this valuation every year to look at the status of the terminated agency pool. Is the clicker available? Thank you. The terminated agency pool has 119 plans. There was one additional plan added this year, and the funded ratio of the pool is 199%. The added agency this year was the Oroville Mosquito Abatement District, which had a $0.6 million addition to the pool, relatively small. Every year, the discount rate for the terminated agency pool changes, and this is part of the policy that was established years ago. And we use the strips, the 30-year strips, a treasury measure, which varies from year to year, as the discount rate for the pool. As you can see, the discount rate in this June 30, 2021 valuation was 2.11%, an increase. The previous year was 1.48%. As you're aware, you approved assumptions in November of last year, and those assumptions were used for the PERF valuations as well as the terminated agency pool valuations. Here's the numbers for the pool. You can see the 199% funded ratio. The accrued liability in the pool is approximately $200 million. The assets in the pool is approximately $400 million, and that's how we get a terminated agency pool funded ratio of 199%. So just to put this in perspective, the whole system is about $400 billion, so the TAP represents about 0.1% of the whole system, just to put things in perspective. The investments in the TAP are broken down into two sections. There's an immunized segment of the assets and a non-immunized segment of the assets. The immunized segment of the assets are invested in government bonds, TIPS and strips, and the intention there is to match the cash flows out into the future so that the cash flows thrown off by these bonds matches approximately what the expected benefit payments are into the future. The surplus is invested with the rest of the PERF. And as you can see, it's about a 50-50 split at the moment. We do some sensitivity testing. Actuaries are very sensitive people, so we do some testing too. And we look at the mortality rates, the impact of what a 10% increase or decrease in mortality would be. And as you can see, there's an impact of about 6 to 7% on the funded status as you move from a lower mortality or a high mortality. We also test the impact of inflation on the liabilities and the funded ratio as well. That's the thrust of the presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Right. Are there any questions for Julian? Julian, thank you. This was an information item, so there's no vote required.
Very welcome, thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to item 6B, and for that, I'd like Mr. Stone.
Good morning, members of the Finance and Administration Committee, Dallas Stone, CalPERS team member. This is an information item on the results of the 2021 Special Public Agency member election. There was one vacant seat in this election. This seat was decided by majority vote in the primary election, and Melissa Willett was elected with 62.15% of the votes. Congratulations to Ms. Willett. The following is a summary of those results. The term of office for the elected board member began immediately upon certification of the official results by the Secretary of State on May 27, 2022, and will expire on January 15, 2027. Voter turnout for the election was 4.99%. This is a slight decrease from the 2018 public agency member election where turnout was 6.4%. We continue to partner with the Office of Public Affairs and Stakeholder Relations to try to increase voter awareness and participation. A number of those outreach efforts included candidate statement videos, toolkits for the employers, spotlight ads and banners on Inside CalPERS, press releases, social media through Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and hosting a virtual candidate forum, streaming live and placing on the CalPERS website for future viewing. Attachment 1 provides a breakdown on voter participation demographics by gender, age group, voting method, top 10 cities, and the top 10 employers. A total of 262,115 ballot packages were sent to eligible active public agency members, and 7,541 paper ballots were returned. There were 5,041 online votes and 436 telephone votes. Voter participation by voting stream in this election was as follows. For mail-in votes, it made up 57.93% of the total. Online votes made up 38.72%, and telephone votes were made up by 3.35%. Attachment 2 provides a breakdown on voter outreach statistics. This election, we had almost 1,100 views of the virtual candidate forum from the live stream, CalPERS YouTube channel, and board election webpage. 97.3% of voters that requested a PIN utilized the new online function, and 858 clicks on the Vote Now button from the board election webpage. Attachment 3 provides a detailed cost summary of this election. The total cost to conduct this election was $471,881. The cost per eligible voter was approximately $1.80. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions? In terms of voting patterns, slightly depressed from the last election. How does it compare to other elections that were special elections?
I would say the other special election we're running right now is the retired election that's currently going on, and it'll close next Monday. For the 2019 election for the retired, we had approximately 116,000 votes. We believe today we'll cross over the 100,000 votes when we get our daily report. That was right around 19% participation. And I think we're right in between 13 to 15% participation rate right now for the retired election. And the retirees typically are our highest demographic in terms of voting participation.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this again was an information item. We will now move on to item 6C. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes. Is that one question? Sorry about that. Oh, did I get to? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to ask a question about the fiscal cost. Is that the $471,000 in change? Is that been the same amount over time, or has it been increasing or decreasing at the very last page, the cost summary?
So in terms of increasing or decreasing, it all depends on how large that voter demographic is. So for our retired election, that's our largest population. It will cost more. So typically we have to cover the printing of the notice of election if there is one that goes out for that election, the ballot package that gets mailed to each of the members, and then the return envelope postage that we pay, as well as the setting up the platforms through our vendors for online and IVR functionality. I would say that this election cycle compared to our last election cycle, which is 2016 through 2020, the cost did increase slightly, but that was mostly due to postage increases.
So it's mostly the postage that's driving the cost then?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to technology, I noticed that telephone usage, that the three methods, either mail, online, or telephone, it seemed like the telephone wasn't wasn't utilized in this particular case. Is that something of an aberration, or I'm just curious?
That's the ongoing trend. We typically see 3 to 5% in terms of IVR voting. So in 2020, we did bring an off-year package to the board where we presented our 2016 through 2020 voting statistics and asked the board what should we offer for the next voting cycle. Offering a menu of options, only paper, online or paper, and eliminating IVR. The board to decide to continue to provide all 3 voting methods.
Yes.
At the end of this election cycle, we will bring a similar package to you for feedback.
Okay, very good then. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right. Are there any other questions? Then we will move on to item 6C, CEM benchmarking.
Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. Agenda 6C is an information item to follow up on Chair Middleton's question about benchmarking during the April budget presentation. We've asked CEM Benchmarking to join us today to give us an overview of the benchmarking services that they provide CalPERS, what they measure, and how we compare to our peers, highlighting areas where we can excel and we can improve. I will turn the microphone over to Tom Scheibelhut with CEM Benchmarking to walk you through the presentation.
Sir, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm going to give you a whirlwind tour of 4 benchmarking subscriptions that you participate in, but there are some interesting results, so hang on to your hats here. I'm going to start by just introducing CEM. This one. There. Just background, it's been about 5 years since I've presented to the board, so it'd be nice, just so you have some background, CEM benchmarks and works with 500 plans globally. And that's 25 different countries, and it's 150 of the 300 largest plans globally. And we offer 5 different benchmarking subscriptions, of which CalPERS participates in 4 of them. Not only do you participate in them, you were a founding participant in the first 4 of them, starting with investment benchmarking in 1992. And I was asked to distill some of the takeaways, and I've distilled them into 3 things that I really want you to remember. And the first, in terms of the transparency of your public reporting, you were number 1 in the US and number 9 of the 75 funds we looked at globally. But the takeaway is that you disclose more than we could find. In fact, if we'd been able to find everything, you'd have been 2nd globally. So that's takeaway number 1. You're quite transparent, and even more transparent than what we measured. The thing is to make it more transparent. The second thing is we look at both pension admin and investment benchmarking. And one of the things we look at is cost relative to a benchmark. And in pension admin, you're above the benchmark. In investments, you're below the benchmark. But when you look at the 2 together, in dollar terms, you are $500 million low cost relative to the benchmark. And that just boggles my mind. I mean, 500 million is a big number. And so CalPERS, in aggregate, is very low cost relative to its benchmarks. And then the final takeaway is kind of distilling 15 years of research into investments and global leaders. And the takeaway for you to remember is that if you're going to be actively managed, costs matter. What we find, almost however we look at it, whether it's by asset class or in aggregate, funds that implement actively, this is with active management, in a lower cost fashion, outperform those that use active management in a higher cost fashion. So costs matter. And so those are the big 3 takeaways. You're quite transparent, congratulations, you're low cost, and costs matter. So now I'm going to take you through a little bit through each of the services, starting with the transparency benchmarking. And what we do is every year we've got 190 different questions in 4 different buckets, and we have teams of 2 looking at each of the buckets, and we have about 40 questions per category, such as performance, governance, cost. And they review all of the public disclosures, focusing on the website and the annual report, mostly. And these are smart people, but they're not heroic. So they find what they can, they answer it, and they tick off yes, no, you disclose it or not. And when we do that, we could show that overall, you were number one of the 5 systems we looked at in the U.S. We looked at 5 in 15 different countries, and 9th globally. But as you can see, for performance, you were number 1 globally and in the U.S. But as I said, and the other thing we're looking for is best practices, and CalPERS was cited for 2 best practices, because it's not just where do you rank, it's how can you get better. And that's a key part of all of the service we offers. How can you get better? Who can you copy? What can you do to get better? And so you were cited for 2, but there was something like 55 best practices that we shared with you. But CalPERS came back and said, but wait, we disclosed some of this stuff. And it was true. You do. but you disclose a lot of stuff, and some of it's hard to find. And that's the other, my first key takeaway is, if we had been able to find it, you'd have been 2nd globally. So you are transparent. You do disclose a lot, but some of it is hard to find. And the example is we missed something in the CalPERS trust level review, which was part of your September board package. But think about the 3 levels down, and CalPERS trust level review is not suggestive of something with asset class cost and performance for a summer student from finance that we had hired. So he didn't find it. So that's just, that's the biggest example of something we missed. Pension admin. We benchmark 70 leading global systems. And it's important that we have this global participation, because the biggest part of the service is we're looking for best practices and sharing. We have a global conference. And it's from the systems that are most different from you that you often get the best ideas. But we also look at performance. And when we look at performance, size matters, because there are huge economies of scale. And country matters. North America and Canada are pretty similar. UK is very different. The Netherlands is very different. And so we look at you versus these 8 of the largest systems in North America. And when we do that, I'm going to take a step back. Before we look at your performance, one thing to note is that one of the things we look at is complexity. CalPERS has the most complex rule set for pensions of any of the systems we benchmark. And when I talk about rule sets, it's customization choices for employers, COLA rule sets, plan types, and some of them are options that your employers can choose. Some of them are just grandfathered over time. And that matters because it negatively impacts your ability to provide good service, and it increases costs. And before I leave complexity, I'd like to point out one thing. You are the one of 2 plans that has successfully reduced complexity ever. And you've reduced it a little bit over 5 years. Meanwhile, and one other plan did it. In fact, that plan even got the IRS to change some of its rules to make their system less complex. But it's rare. Most systems, slowly over time, things become grandfathered, and that just adds one more rule set over time. So you're one of 2 that has reduced complexity, but it is not easy to do. With that context, how did you perform? Well, in terms of service, you're right at the median of your peers. And in terms of costs, you're above the median. And that's $58 per member. In terms of dollars, that's about $80 million. But some of that is, I think, California. And I can't pinpoint and say this is the problem. But whenever we look at California systems, if you look at the lower right-hand, and that graph with the green squares, those are California systems. And you can see here the lowest cost of the California systems. But California systems tend to be high cost, generally relative to all the others. And I think some of it is just some of the rurals of California. And some of it is cost environment, so relative to California systems, you look good. Investment benchmarking, third subscription as we tear through this. Well, first, we look at, we have a universe of over 10 trillion in assets, and we look at, whenever we look at net value added and returns, we tend to compare you to one of those universes, and the universe we look at most often is the US public universe. But for costs, again, size matters. And so we pick I think 12, we take 15 of the largest plan sponsors globally. And here global comparisons work because it's always in basis points. And so for cost, we look at you versus the biggest plans. And so how do you compare? In terms of costs, you come up with a benchmark for your plan. And the way to think about that benchmark is you have an asset mix. And if we gave that asset mix to your peers, and they incurred their median cost. So if you, for your asset mix, if you paid the median cost of your peers for everything that CalPERS does, your cost would be $1.4 billion. That's your benchmark. But your actual cost is $837 million. So you are low cost by $592 million. So quite low cost, and we slice and dice cost a million ways to Sunday. But the big picture story is you're low cost for two reasons. One, you implement in a lower cost fashion, and the biggest, what we mean by that is mostly you have more indexed management than your peers. And that's about half of the reason why you're low cost. And the other half of the reason is when you look same style by same style for same asset class, you pay less. And that's the other half of the 14 basis points of savings. So low cost style and low cost for the same style. So that's what you pay. What do you get? And again, we look at performance in many different ways, but one thing we have is what we call our cost effectiveness chart. And on this chart, anything north of the horizontal is positive value added. They've done good. And anything left of the vertical is low cost relative to benchmark. And you can see that you and quite a few of your peers are in that desirable low cost, positive value added quadrant for the 5-year period ending 2020. And this is when we're comparing you on a like-for-like basis, where we're doing your private equity versus lagged investable benchmark. So everybody's on the same basis, and there you can see that you are in that desirable, low-cost, positive value-added quadrant, and I wish all of my clients were there. But two of them are, so thank you. It makes it a lot easier to tell the story. But this kind of segues to the final service. How do you get there? What are the characteristics of funds that add value? And so the final service that we provide you is the global leaders. And there we do custom research every year for the biggest of the big. And these are funds like CalPERS that tend to have a lot of internal management and just big programs. And that they ask us to do different research every year. And you can see that some of that, you can see what we've done over the past, since 2012 when it started. That's the research we've done. And so I had to pick out 4 of the most fun findings, most of the interesting findings. And one of them is the one that I started with. That takeaway I want you to remember is that costs matter. And I could talk about this page for probably an hour because there's so many nuances, but I'm only going to tell you 3 things. First, one of the characteristics of funds that do well, that add value, is size. Bigger funds have an advantage. And so you can see that if you're under $1 billion, value added since 1992 to 2020 has been negative. And what that tells you is that you probably should be indexed if you're under $1 billion. So if any of you have personal portfolios that don't exceed $1 billion, I hope they're indexed. But once you get to bigger than $1 billion, you can see that you can add value, and it's kind of 1 to 10 billion has added 15 basis points. Greater than 10 billion, the value added has averaged 29 But that's kind of the second takeaway from this chart, is it's not a lot. I mean, 29 basis points, by the way, on, say, $5 trillion is a lot of money per annum since 1992. Is a huge amount of money. But in terms of if you're expecting to earn a lot more than 29 basis points, I think you're dreaming. But it is doable, and you are in that greater than $10 billion quadrant, so you have an advantage and you can do it. So we've looked at lots of the characteristics of funds that do even better, but without a doubt, the only one I want you to remember is that costs matter, because that's the biggest. We've looked at it for every asset class. We've looked at it in aggregate. And this is cost, and you have to be actively managed too, because you can't add value relative to passive alternatives if you're not active. But once you've chosen the asset classes you want to be actively implementing, at that point, costs matter a lot. And we've looked at it by asset class, and the findings are consistent, whether it's public markets, hedge funds. Up there on the left is infrastructure, on the right is real estate. We've done it for private equity. It's consistent. And what you see is going from left to right in all of these charts is the lowest cost styles, direct internal, direct investments, going to core funds, to opportunistic funds, to fund of funds, which is the most expensive implementation style, because you're paying the fund-of-fund manager, and that fund-of-fund manager is paying another level of managers to have their funds, so that on average, the cost of a fund-of-fund is around 520 basis points, versus internal management for infrastructure is 43 basis points. So a fund-of-fund costs 10 times as much. But the difference in performance, whenever we look at it, is approximately equal to the difference in cost. What that implies is that gross, they all do the same. But net, after cost, the lower cost styles do better. So that's something never to forget. Costs matter. And I'm down to my final two slides. And one of the things I know you're looking at, and a lot of your peers are looking at, and a lot of funds in the universe are looking at, is co-investment. Because co-investment is lower cost. And so when we've researched it, it follows a pattern. It has outperformed. I can't say that it's statistically significant yet. I like to say, without question, it outperforms. But so far, our observations are it has outperformed, and it doesn't surprise me because it is lower cost. But, and in terms of co-investment, CalPERS has less. In terms of its peers, co-investment, the opportunity comes from your the limited partnerships you invest in, and your co-investment is 6.8% of all of those limited partnerships, whereas for the global leader peers, these are the biggest of the big, it averages 22%. So there is an opportunity there, but I'm going to throw out a caution. And the caution is that suddenly everybody wants to be in co-investment. 10 years ago, it would have been easy to increase your co-investment, but it's not anymore, because everybody wants to be in it. And so now suddenly there's starting to be a whole lot of co-investment vehicles that cost more. And so you got to remember, the benefit of co-investment, I believe, is that it's lower cost. So to get into it, you want to do it in a low-cost fashion. And so be wary of the vehicles that cost more. And be aware that the opportunity, it may not, I suspect the 22.3% you're seeing for your peers is going to come down, just because so many people want to get into it now. Because they say, hey, we can't make money when we're paying 350 basis points, so we want a lower cost opportunity. Final thing. We've looked at benchmarks for private asset classes, and most of them just create noise. They don't help you understand performance at all. And not only is that, they're different for every one of your peers. So private equity would have, we're S&P 500 plus 500 basis points. We're S&P 500 plus 100 basis points. We're the Brinson whatever. Or we're just T-bills plus 3%. A lot of them are random benchmarks with random noise in terms of performance. So one of the things we do is we say, hey, we're going to throw those out. And we're going to use an investable benchmark. In fact, we use a lagged investable benchmark for private equity. So when we look at your results, we do that for your private assets, but we may start doing it for infrastructure as well, just because benchmarks have noise. But the takeaway here is that investable benchmarks are available, and they do have higher correlations with performance, and they have better statistics. And I've got my PhD in physics. It tells me all these things that matter, but the ones I remember is, hey, if it correlates with performance, that's a good thing. And if net value added is close to zero, so you don't want a benchmark that's easy to beat. That's good too. But there are investable benchmarks for private assets, for private equity. There are investable benchmarks for infrastructure that are much better on average than what a lot of funds are using. That was my whirlwind tour.
Well, you're absolutely accurate. You went through an incredible amount of information in a very short period of time. And not surprisingly, my colleagues have questions, and I'll start with President Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Middleton. Not on yet. Thank you, Chair Middleton. I love your excitement. This is, so it makes us more excited about our benchmarks and everything we're doing right. So thank you very much. It was a great presentation. I had on slide, let me make sure I got the right slide up. It says 172 of 192, so it's back 15, number 15. There we go. Here we go. So global leaders past research topics. So responsible investing, comparison of cost and performance between PRI and non-PRI signatories. Could you get into that a little bit for me? I was curious about that, because I know that that's some of our important work here.
What we found is that PRI signatories performed better, but this was not statistically significant. But at least it's the first indicative thing that being a responsible investor isn't hurting you. In fact, over the period we looked at, it was helping you. But I think it's a win if we can demonstrate over long periods of time that it doesn't hurt.
Oh, great. That's exciting. So.
But remember, the statistical significance
was insignificant.
At this point, we're going to need 100 more studies like the one we did to say without, hey, PRI, I mean, responsible investing is either better or worse. But, at least our first cut, it's better.
That's great. That's good to hear. Hey, our ESG is working then. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And Mr. Fichtner.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as President Taylor said, your enthusiasm is great, especially on what's typically a dry topic, so it really was helpful. But I have a question for you. I appreciate the comments about our transparency and how we did in being transparent. But unless I misunderstood you, you talked about us having benchmarks, making our benchmarks, but your summer intern, say, was not able to find those. In your opinion, what can we do to point that out, or what can we do to make that more readily available so you can see that we're hitting those benchmarks so you can get a better feel?
We have talked to your team, but just one example is that one document that says something, I forget what it's called, that's how memorable it is, to just rename it, asset class returns and costs, which suddenly, that would have popped up right away, but there are even better ways to do that, because it's one thing to have the document, it's one thing to start thinking about what might an investor be interested in if they're interested in costs. Some of your peers do a good job of putting everything about costs in one place. and everything about, and you do a really good job in performance, and you put everything about all your asset class performance in one place. So there are ways to do even better.
Good, thank you.
But it starts with just naming it differently.
Very good.
And Mr. Fechner, that is on Mr. Pacheco, our Pacheco, not Jose Luis. It's on his business initiatives for his performance this year.
Thank you.
And Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You answered already one of the question along the line of Mr. Fechner just asked why it's so hard to find, and I think I get it, you know, in terms renaming it, and it looks like the team is already working on it.
Yes.
I shared, you know, I echoed the comments already made about your enthusiasm and about the results. I mean, that's great news, but I think we'll be remiss if we don't recognize that all this great benchmarking and great results don't happen by accident. And so kudos to CalPERS team, first and foremost to the CEO and the executive team. I'm not going to name everyone. You're standing right here, but thanks to your work, this is why we're getting these benchmarks. And the entire team, the entire CalPERS team, for contributing to this success. It's important because you hear often, and I hear often in the hallways and always, CalPERS needs to be more transparent. Transparent is such a heavy used word.
Yeah.
And sometimes, and so this today just validates that CalPERS is trying the hardest as they can and validating the fact that they are number one. So folks, yes, there's always room for improvement, no questions about it, but there is seems to me, definitely an effort on this team to make sure that they are as transparent as they can possibly be. That said, it's also great to see that we moved to 9th globally versus a couple years ago we were in the 11th. So what do you think contributed, and what can we do? Maybe next year or the next couple years, maybe we can move up to 5th, maybe even 1st in the world, so we could be dominant in totally. So I wonder if you can give us your thoughts about that. Thank you.
I'm confident you will move up. It's not me who should be answering that question. It's probably Michelle and some of your communications team that should answer the question. But it's not going to take much.
Yeah. It might be interesting so we can get to number 2, I think was your point, and we have a plan on how to make the search function and renaming some of these documents and really creating more of a stakeholder portal where this information is far easier to find. Make sure you're talking to the mic for Lisa. But maybe you could talk to them about the differences between a number 2 and the number 1, even though you can't attribute the name of that number 1 organization, but what would be the differences? What would be the improvements that would have to be made to move from that number 2 seat, which you've indicated, to the number 1 seat?
Well, the first thing I want to say is the bar is moving, because number 3 wants to be number 1, number 2 wants to be number 1, and number 1 wants to be number 1. So even if you'd make all of the improvements you want, that would have put you to number 2 this year, that might put you at number 5. But that would be good, because that's part of the reason we do this. We believe transparency matters a lot. And part of the reason we undertook this initiative is we wanted to encourage that competition and improve transparency. So what will get you to number 1? Some of it is starting to, I mean, we have 160 questions, but implementing some of the best practice examples we have that answer the questions directly, rather than having you look at 19 different documents to find the disclosures. Finding them in one place is what's going to get you to number 1. But it's not easy. It's not non-trivial to change how you do stuff. It takes time. So I'm not going to, but that's what it will take to get there.
Great, thank you. And it seems like the team is working on it on a plan, so that's good to hear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, again, thank you for your enthusiasm. I really enjoyed it, and especially when you mentioned you have a PhD in physics, so it's pretty cool. So
That's not me. That's the Alex Beath, who sits next to me. He gets even more passionate about this stuff.
well, as a software engineer by trade, that's pretty cool. So
Yeah.
thank you. So my question is regarding on page 18 of the private equity co-investment has outperformed other implementation styles. And you mentioned to date it's only indicative.
Yes.
It's not statistically robust. What additional studies do you think we need to get in order to get that statistical robustness that we would have to go for? Are there academic centers of excellence that are doing this, or
No, just time. We've only started teasing out co-investment from direct internal investing in 2008, and there weren't that many doing it at the time. It was like 10 or 15. So it's just time. As our database, every year we collect more performance by style. So in another 5 years, I'll be more definitive. We'll have enough observations to have significance.
and so these observations would be, provided with us into another report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good then. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions for you. And this report was really good and very much appreciated. When it comes to transparency, if I'm understanding you correctly, what you found are technical places that we can make it much easier for individuals to find what they're looking for.
Correct.
Did you find any instances where we were putting in place artificial bars in order to make it more difficult for people to find things or to not disclose information?
I didn't do the reviews myself.
Okay.
And so I'm doing everything, believe it, some of it third hand, but most of it second hand. But the one thing I heard over and over is there's a fire hose of information.
Okay.
And when you just, CalPERS puts everything on its website. And that in and of itself is a bar. It's an impediment, because how do you find what you're interested in when there's 3 billion documents, some of them oddly named, and so that is an impediment. But it's also a reality of living in a fishbowl, because suddenly you have to put everything up, and that's a decision. But then it's, what we're suggesting is you take a step back and say, well, let's think about from a stakeholder's view. A stakeholder might be interested in this activity. How do I take that fire hose and summarize it?
I think that's an incredibly important point for us as we try to move forward, and I think we've got some comment coming.
Yeah, I just want to kind of answer in another way Mr. Pacheco's question. While CEM is aggregating their data in terms of co-investment versus funds, there's a lot of data looking at adverse selection, or whether there is adverse selection in funds. I'm sorry, in co-investments. And the only way that a lower cost alternative would not be better sort of net returns would be if there's adverse selection. And there's a lot of academic work around adverse selection, and almost all of it refutes adverse selection through the lens of co-investment, and that's one of the reasons why co-investment is such a focus for us.
And a second reason it might do poorly is just idiosyncratic risk. So you need to be big. You need to be CalPERS size to take advantage of co-investment and get rid of eliminate the idiosyncratic risk.
Are there any last takeaway information that you would like to relay to us that you've not had a chance to say? Mr. Pacheco?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Dan, for that information. That's what I was looking for. Thank you very much for that. With the question about looking for additional information, you mentioned that it's really difficult to find information on our website. Do you recommend that perhaps we could have some sort of structured, some uniform naming convention that would, identify information more readily and more easily. So it's more transparent. I mean, what's your opinion on that?
First of all, the first place we look is your annual report, and that's pretty good, and it's got some best practices in it. So it's not just your website, but it's back to the example of something that could be better named and more accessible is the CalPERS Trust Level Review and Annual Program Review. What does that mean? And what we were looking for was costs and performance, and they were both in there. But not only were they in there, the title didn't suggest that, plus they were just attached to your September minutes. So if you really want to make it transparent, it shouldn't be attached to your minutes. It should be either in your annual report, on a summary basis, or somewhere else. And it should certainly be named something indicative of what's in it, which is asset class, performance, and costs.
I see.
Marcy, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Middleton. I think it's important to realize that much of the information they were able to find. I don't know the individual who was doing the searching, but they were able to find most everything that they were looking for in their questionnaire, which put us in #1 for U.S. But that doesn't mean we don't have opportunities to improve upon, and we now understand where those opportunities lie. We've interacted with CEM directly, and now the communications team has that a part of their business initiative, so we'd be happy to report out our progress to you all if that's an area of interest.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that I will recall from your comment is we've placed a fire hose of information. Mm-hmm. That means we're trying to get the information out.
Oh, you are.
But then becomes the second question. Can someone absorb that fire hose of information? And obviously, there are areas to improve. So, thank you. Seeing nothing else, we will move on, and thank you, sir. Next, we have item 6D, and for that, it is investment returns and the impact on contribution rates.
Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Trando to discuss how investment returns impact employer contribution rates.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Trando, Chief Actuary for CalPERS. Every year, the first question in July is, what was our return? And then the second question after that is, what's the impact on contribution rates? So we have this presentation today to kind of step through how the returns impact contribution rates and kind of give a general rule of thumb for how employers can make those estimates. So we publish the actual annual actuarial valuations about a year after the end of the fiscal year. The primary draw of these valuations are the funded status and the new contribution rates for the employers. The timing of these contributions vary depending on the type of plan. For state and schools, for example, the 21 valuations will set the contribution requirements for 22-23. And for public agencies, the 21 valuations set the contribution requirements for 23-24. The requirements are based on the actual valuations and actuarial assumptions in the report. The last set of assumptions were approved back in November of 2021 by the CalPERS board. Contributions tend to fluctuate year to year, and it depends on the number of factors and events that occur during the year. Investment returns, payroll, the benefits paid, and just longevity and mortality of the plan, they all work together to influence the changing contributions from a year-to-year basis. One thing to keep in mind is that the investment return on a year-by-year basis probably has the biggest impact on the contribution requirements. As I mentioned earlier, investment returns are announced in July. But when we come back and do our annual valuations, the actuarial valuations use the asset values that are displayed in the financial report. And these numbers come out and are available in late October or early November, and these are always presented to this committee in November. So kind of giving some examples, we can take a look and see what those numbers have looked like over the last 2 years. You know, if you see in 2021, the return that was announced in July was around 21.3%. By the time we got back to November, the assets were 477, and the return was approximately 22.4%, or about 1% higher. I think the key factor in driving this difference is in July, the private equity numbers and the real asset numbers are based on a March 31st number. And when you see the asset values in November, the private equity and the real asset numbers have been updated to June 30th. So there's a 3-month difference in the asset values, and that's driving the difference in asset values we have here and the returns. So what's this mean for a plan? We took for a typical miscellaneous plan, for example, here, plans around 80% funded, assets will be around $175 million. So if there's let's just say a 1% loss for the plan, how does that translate? 1% loss on 175 million would equate to a loss of 1.75 million for the plan year. We amortize that loss over 20 years. What you can see here is a large bar on the left represents the $1.75 million loss, and the small bars on the right along the bottom kind of reflect the payment that plans would see over the next 20 years. We have a 5-year ramp up initially for those payments to kind of smooth any variations on asset losses and gains. And we also have illustrated here a percent of pay, so plans can see what the percent of pay is for their particular plan. We also offer what's called a pension outlook tool. This is like the landing screen on this. All these assumptions are available for employers to make adjustments on, and they're able to vary, not only discount rate, payroll growth, but also the particular rates of return. When you make those certain adjustments, you can get outputs like this. This is just the base example, where you see the contribution rate in the orange line and the funded status in the blue line. When we have different scenarios, employers can get specific information on their contribution rate changes and get some idea of what particular impact the rates or returns would have for their particular plan. We have some other information on the back of the appendix where we just look at some percent of pays were included for various miscellaneous plans and safety plans, just so you can get a rule of thumb, so people can use a rule of thumb from some of these numbers, or I recommend them just going to Pension Outlook and getting the impact directly from the tool on the web. And that pretty much sums up the presentation, and I'll open up for questions.
All right. Are there questions? Ms. Paquin?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Trendo, for the presentation. I'm just curious if you've seen more employers using the Pension Outlook tool and trying to, keep their contributions rates steady as much as possible as the investment returns have been volatile.
We've seen the, I don't have the exact number of employers that have used it, but the amount of employers that use it have gone up. We always have a session at the Ed Forum going over it, and it seems to be well attended. A number of employers are interested in that, seeing how it works, asking questions, and making sure they understand the output. We also offer additional tools where if employers wish to make additional contributions to their pension plan, what would that impact be on their plan, and how would that affect the rate? So we have a number of tools out there that it seems to be, the tools seem to be fairly popular. We get feedback from employers, and we try and incorporate their suggestions in various iterations, and trying to make improvements, on a steady basis.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate the work that you and your team have done on this, and hopefully employers feel that they have a little bit more information as they deal with their own budgets going forward. So thank you.
Any other questions? Well, Scott, these numbers are still early, and we've had an unusual year in the last year, so I think all of us are going to be monitoring very closely as we see how performance moves in the future.
Yeah, so, for example, when people are curious of how the 22 returns impact their rates, I would suggest, go out to this, take advantage of the tool where employers can go out, they pull up their rates, they can put in the negative returns that we got, and see what kind of impact these are having on their system.
So, tremendous amount of work went into the decisions that were made last November, and certainly from my standpoint, the big questions are, as we watch performance over the next few months, at what point are we going to be able to make assessments as to whether or not we're achieving the returns that we need to maintain those levels that we established last November.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Any other questions? So, this was an information item, so we will move on then to summary of committee direction. Ms.
Madam Chair, the only thing I took away from this was to report out on the progress of the communication strategies surrounding transparency initiatives.
Sounds good. And I've received no requests for public comment. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting, and we will begin at 10:15 the performance compensation and talent management meeting. Thank you.
Everyone, we'd like to call the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee to order. The first order of business in open session would be to call the roll.
Rob Fechner,
Good morning.
Irena Ortega. Here. Lisa Middleton.
Present.
David Miller. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Melissa Willett. Here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go into closed session to discuss items 1 through 4 on a closed session agenda. Then we will be having, partaking in our annual ice cream social as well as lunch. So I would anticipate open session not beginning before 1:30. So keep watching the monitors, but I would assume somewhere around 1:30 will be an open session. So if we could please clear the room, other than those that should be here, we will start closed session as soon as you all are gone. We're going to call the performance compensation open session back into session, please. We've already done items 1 and 2. First of all, I want to say those of you that have been waiting, sorry for the delay. This is a new process that we undertook, and it took us some time to get through it, but it's a much more aligned process, I do believe. So thank you for your patience. Item 3, executive report. Mr. Hoffner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Our next regular scheduled committee is not until February of 2023, but prior to that, in November of this year, your compensation consultants, global governance advisors, will be here to conduct a workshop regarding the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions. This is at the request of the committee, and it's something we've been working towards for some time. With that, Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Item 4, action consent items. What's the pleasure of the committee? It's been moved by Taylor, seconded by Pacheco. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 5, information consent items. Having no request to move anything, takes us to agenda item 6, summary of committee direction. Mr. Hoffner, did you catch it all?
I did.
Very good. So seeing none brings us to 6B, public comment. I have one request to speak from the public. Mr. Jelensik. Please identify yourself for the record, and the clock will start when you do.
J.J. Jelensik. And I noticed you didn't report out anything.
No, that'll be tomorrow.
Okay. Last year is a baked cake. However, going forward, change can happen. I know that the issue of incentive comp criteria is coming back to this committee. For most employees, we do not know what their bonuses are based on. In terms of the investment performance measurement, it's a shame that the board does not use a benchmark that can be independently verified. When the board uses a customized index and then gives staff the authority to change the elements of that benchmark, an independent observation and comparison dies. When the board authorizes the staff to change the weighting of private assets in the benchmark, both control and independent verification are lost. I have no idea if this changeability to the benchmark added to the improved excess returns in the last few years that Wilshire pointed out. There is no way to know, and that is the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak, this meeting is adjourned.